hello. Oh, hello. I said hello, say it back. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm your host, Papa B. Welcome back. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's Wednesday, October 30th, which means tomorrow is Halloween. Tomorrow is Halloween. Hello, Mr. Domain. Please, Mr. Domain is my father. Call me. Cutie Cheeks, thank you for gifting that sub to Girl1. $8 sub on mobile? Ooh. Just as a reminder, don't subscribe through mobile. They charge you an extra $1. You can even use the desktop version of the website on your phone to circumvent that. It's just the Apple Mafia taking their cut. Hey, Ronnie, how's it going? Ronnie's mindful techniques. You love to see it. Love to see mindfulness. We love mindfulness here. I'd say we're a pretty mindful group. Would you agree? Oh my god, the printer just turned on. Jump scare. I think we're printing a recipe. Is this a recipe? We're printing a recipe. Oh! You're making the these burgers. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah, that's how you know we're old, is that we own a printer. That's how you know you're an adult. You know you're an adult when you own a printer, but it's not just like the cheap $20 printer that you can buy at Walmart. It's like a nice printer. That's how you know you've made it. It's got like a scanner and shit. What is the Mandela effect? The Mandela effect. Oh yeah, that okay, so the title today. The Mandela effect. It's a psychological phenomenon that occurs. Basically a mass misremembering. Sorry, I spelled it wrong. We can't keep apologizing for typos. It's gonna be a fun presentation. We're gonna talk about what it is, why it happens. We're gonna talk about memory. The thing about memory is that it's not as trustworthy as you'd think. It's not as trustworthy as your brain would have you believe. Now, this might be discomforting to learn that your memory can't exactly be trusted, but I try to look at it positively. I try to look at it as, you know what? I can be wrong about stuff. I can be like maybe I could be wrong about some things about me. Maybe I'm giving myself a hard time. Maybe I need to go, take it easier on myself. I try to look at it that way. I try to look at it as a perk more than as a deficit. But I think it's a misconception that we need to remember every single thing that happened to us over the entire span of our lives in precise detail. I feel like that's just untrue. I feel like being able to forget is a gift. But anyway, that's going to be our presentation today, and we're gonna jump into that in a little bit. But first, how are you doing? How are we feeling today? I'm feeling productive. I'm not seeing it on the wheel. I'm feeling productive, but I don't know if that's on the wheel anywhere. Proud. Triumphant. We ordered a new coffee table. And some little end tables, and I put those together before stream started. They look nice. Hopeful, love to hear it. Love to hear it. They're from Amazon? Yeah, they were from Amazon. We got some from Amazon. They're pretty nice though. It's like metal and it's like pressed wood. Looks good. Did you see our favorite Roach streamer is back and doing the same shit day one? I mean, what did we expect? The thing about fixing yourself, amending things that are just incorrect about your perspective on life, is it's something that you can't really do all on your own. When you train on your own, you only reinforce your own errors. That's a quote from The Witcher 3. I feel like if he's not gonna allow people in to like help him and guide him, he's just gonna keep repeating the same patterns that he's been repeating. His chat is just straight up Nazis. It's wild. If my chat was straight up Nazis, I would hate myself. I would be like, what have I become? My empire of dirt. Your audience is a reflection of you as a content creator. And so I look out at you all and I feel good about myself as a content creator because I feel like your chat, your community is a reflection of you. I'm feeling like a loser, LOL. Tell me something you like about yourself. I'm redirecting you. See, I love this chat because we're supportive and we're encouraging, but not in like a cringe way. You know what I mean? At the moment, I'm currently having a hard time thinking of anything I like about myself. Well, keep digging. The reason why I ask people to do that, to like tell me something that they like about themselves, is because I know that it's something that's difficult to do whenever you're feeling really down about yourself, but that really is kind of how you dig yourself out of that hole. You gotta throw yourself a lifeline. Like, I can't throw it to you, you kind of have to throw it to yourself. I can't tell you things that you should like about yourself because you're just gonna dismiss them. I need them to be your ideas. I need them to come from within you. Hopefully that explains my approach. Saying something positive about myself makes me uncomfortable. Why? I feel like it makes me arrogant if I say something I like about myself. Now, does that make sense? Does that seem fair? We can't like ourselves at all without being arrogant? That doesn't make a single bit of sense. Loving yourself is not narcissism. In fact, most narcissists don't like themselves. Most narcissists are actually very insecure. My question doesn't work, though, when I'm really depressed. Well, sometimes you have to, you're casting a lifeline. Sometimes you gotta throw a longer bit of rope. Let the background music go. I'm switching it. Switching it up a little bit. One of the things that I find helpful when I feel very depressed is to just find whatever motivation I can. Whether that be getting angry at my depression or existing solely out of spite. Whatever it takes to motivate you when you are that down and out, take it. Whatever it is that can really help you get out from that really deep, dark place, use it. I like that I'm pretty good at supporting others. Yeah. Now, what would make me really happy is if you would support yourself to that same degree. I've met a lot of good people who dedicate a lot of their energy towards helping other people, but they have a hard time helping themselves. They don't want to feel selfish. Oh my god, do I still have my VO emote? Thank god. I still have it. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna have the emote for. I like that I never give up. I like that about you too. I always want to learn and improve from my mistakes. That's what life's all about. Life's not about not making mistakes. Life's about making mistakes and then saying, what can I do differently next time? Apathy and giving up are your biggest enemies. We have such a way of convincing ourselves that we shouldn't care or that we don't care. As a way of just coping with negative feelings. Just be like, well, everything sucks and I'll just convince myself to not care about it. But that's what ends up getting you into, a pretty bad spot. I don't know if this is a positive trait or not, but I don't like how my body looks, so I'm staying consistent on going to the gym, working out 5 to 6 days a week consistently. I have an easier one for you. I would just say I like that I'm consistent. Let's just trim it down a little bit. We don't have to also include a neg. We can just make it positive. You don't have to soften a compliment for yourself by also insulting yourself. You don't have to do that. spent the last 2 years working on myself, and people who were in my life just taking from me were not okay with me taking time to help myself. It was eye-opening, right? Like, the thing about toxic people is that they don't want to work on themselves, and so whenever you're working on yourselves, it upsets them, it frustrates them. Because it makes them feel inadequate, it makes them feel insecure, like, why can't I can't do that, or like, why are they trying to do that? Like, so you're making them feel insecure. Calling us out so early in the stream. I mean, I stopped hating myself and life has changed so much. That's a fucking win. That's a W. One of the things that I've also noticed is that sometimes we have a hard time letting go of those really like negative self-defeating beliefs because we've held on to them for a long time and we feel like, well, since I've held on to them so long, they're supposed to be here. Since I've had them for such a long time, obviously they're supposed to be here, or they're meant to be here. I can't let go of them. I've had them for too long. And then we're like, well, if I did let go of them, that would mean that I was wrong that whole time, and I don't want to admit that I was wrong. You know what I mean? Sounds like my dad, honestly. He picks at everything I do, plays it if he's joking, including asking why I stopped drinking and stuff. Self-negativity is the comfort zone, would you say? Sometimes guys just have a hard time, like, giving an actual compliment. It's always got to be like... 'cause... And I'm not saying this is unique to guys, but I'm just speaking, like, as a guy. Like, hey, great work on that thing. Now, if only you didn't fuck up this other thing. Like, I've heard that so many times, like, talking to other guys. Like, hey, great work. Also, by the way, you're a fuck up in this regard. I can't just give you a compliment. That would be gay. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay, but I'm just explaining it from a, like, toxic male point of view. I can't have feelings. I can't be nice. That's gay. Again, nothing wrong with being gay. But I am gay, so whatever, LOL. Then stop being so straight. You should be nicer to yourself. I mean that in the nicest way possible. I called you a Canadian yesterday. Did I lie? Where was the lie? It's just how I said it. It is what it is. I do still find myself in the mentality that I wish I was straight and not gay, that my life would be better if I was straight. It is what it is. I know those thoughts are gonna pop up at times. Every day you spend wishing that you could be something that you aren't, or that you will never be, is that a good use of that time? You gotta embrace yourself. Wholeheartedly. Oh yeah, I remember what it was. You said that the United States has too many states, and I said, you're Canadian. Like, I don't, like, if Canada wanted more provinces, that's fine, go for it. Break them up. Break them up. Saskatchewan's too big. Alberta's too big. Make them smaller. That's fine. Northern Territories, way too big. Make them smaller. The importance of adding more states to the United States would be more senators. And that's something that we could use, because that could easily mean more Democratic senators. I have a lot of steps I need to figure out about what my own life is, and how certain things like my sexuality can't change, and that I can't wish for something different. And I feel like this desire and this motivation for you to like find peace and happiness in your life stems from self-love. These are things that you are doing because you do love yourself. Whether or not you recognize that, or whether or not you feel it at this point in time, I just want you to know that is where it comes from. Just so you know. We're going to start with the question box. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Honestly, Dean, I think at this point, if you don't mind me just speculating, like I'm just kind of speculating here, so don't mind me if I'm completely, utterly wrong. But I feel like the thing that's holding you back from getting to like that next level is just letting things go. It's like you've already made a lot of realizations, you got the information, you got the insight, but there are just some things that are just outdated that you're ready to let go of. And I feel like that's what's keeping you from leveling up. Because a lot of time we try to get to that next level, and we try to do it by like figuring something else out, or like coming to some new insight, or like learning something new about ourselves. But that's not always the case. Sometimes it's just that we just need to let old beliefs go so that we can take that next step. Maybe I just don't quite realize it yet and trying to figure it out. I would say just meditate on it. Just meditate on it. Just sit with that idea and be like, what is it that I'm ready to let go of? And just see where your mind goes. Something will probably come to you. So last night, Cricket invited their cousin to come watch the show. You had him over and you had pizza. I'm glad to hear you had fun. Described as one of the most epic nights of my life. I'm glad you had fun. After stream ended, we had pizza and I decided to do a little Q&A with them. Q&A to hear what they thought about the stream. Here's what they had to say. Not your cousin, my sister's kid. So it would be your... Like, you would be their aunt. But you're, like, close enough in age to, like, kind of be it, like, more like... yeah, okay, I see, I see. I just thought that the closeness in age, it's just, like, you're more like... Like, I have an uncle who's 6 years older than I am, but we hung out a lot, like, growing up. So even though he's my uncle, I always thought of him more... He was more like a cousin than, like, an uncle, because we were so close in age. Nibbling is the gender-neutral term for niece or nephew? I love it. I love it. We did a Q&A to hear what they thought about the stream. Here's what they had to say. What were your expectations of this stream that you had in your head before you actually watched it? I think it pretty much met all my expectations. It's basically everything I had imagined. What are your personal favorite highlights and moments of the stream? The cat. Yeah, Miss Poopy has a way of stealing the show, doesn't she? And the dog. Oh, little pee-pee. And the Markiplier-looking AFK pic. I'm also particularly fond of the way he reads things. He sounds a lot like the narrators I watch on YouTube. I've been told I have a radio voice. Just wait till you hear my real voice. It's gonna shock you. Describe how you felt when Josh and the chat were reading and giving feedback about your question box submission. I felt very validated. In fact, even a little more validated than I felt from other people I've spoken to. And when Josh and chat were offering advice regarding how to handle my dad, it felt like actual, tangible, realistic advice and not just satirical, beat his ass kind of advice I've gotten from a lot of my friends. Glad to hear it. I love the feedback, by the way. I love that you're like, this is, I find this very endearing. What parts of the stream did you find the most engaging or entertaining? For engaging, probably when they were giving good advice to people, and also the discussions about narcissistic abuse. As for entertaining, hi Josh, I'm gay. Peak comedy right there. I know, right? Peak comedy. We got all the laughs here in the brain domain. Comedy corner of the internet right here. We're in the funniest part of the galaxy. We have a writer in the question box. I've always said, like, Cricket's a talented writer. And when someone in the chat said, "Mom, it's not twerking," my therapist said it's good to shake my ass. But I have to quote that one to my friends and make them question my sanity. That was golden. It is true, though. Like, think about it. Think about it. I look at it as a biofeedback exercise. I'm like, can you have a bad time while you're shaking your ass? Like, dogs wag their tails. Like, celebrate joy through movement. Sometimes just getting up and shaking your booty or dancing to a song, it really can just completely change your mood. How do you feel about Josh himself? Was there anything that stood out to you about him? He's very funny, awesome sense of humor, and he gives some really great advice. Yes. I love validation and that I'm funny. I love being validated. I love when people tell me I'm funny. Could you tell I was a bit of a class clown growing up? Out of 10, what overall rating would you give the stream and the experience? 11 out of 10. Very good, very funny. Best stream I've ever seen. It was so great. The community, lots of great, fantastic people in this community. Unlike any community I've ever seen on Twitch. It was fantastic, it was big, it was huge, it was wonderful, it was marvelous. Never seen anything like it before. I literally have never been able to just sit that still and watch something for that long. Like, I just sat there for over 5 hours straight, but the time flew by so fast. I've heard this before. That I'm like ADHD medication in the form of a person. And I take that as a high compliment. People are like, I'm actually able to pay attention. I'm like, thank you. Do you see yourself participating in these streams in the community on a regular basis? Yeah, probably. It'll give me something to do when I get home from school other than just sleep. Would you say you're definitely... You say that you now consider yourself a fan? Yes, definitely. There you have it, folks. A new brain domain stand on board. Mission accomplished. We love it. We love to see it. We're growing by the day. Another one, as DJ Khaled would say. Welcome back to another episode of Trauma Dumping on a Twitch Therapist. Another episode. Here we go. Despite your basic knowledge of psychology, I appreciate you. Okay, so there was this one time. Let me give you a let me give you a deep cut into the lore. A deep cut into the lore. Somebody in the question box months ago, they said they got into an argument with their boyfriend because their boyfriend said that I had a basic knowledge of psychology. I had a basic understanding of mental health. And I was deeply offended. I was deeply offended. Did they lie? Yeah, I don't know shit. I'm so fucking stupid. I'm so stupid. No, it's not like it's my professional career. It's not like I haven't dedicated like years of study and I don't have like years of first-hand experience in the field or anything. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh yeah, and then we had that other guy that said, you sound dumb. And I was like, I sound dumb? And he said, no, I didn't say that you were dumb. I just said that you sound dumb. I was like, what? Can you explain that for me? No, I have a flow. Okay? Also, I can't stand people who have content and they have like a content platform. People like Ben Shapiro who just talk really fast. They just talk really fast. And what you do is when you talk fast, it gives you the false impression that you're actually really intelligent because it gives you the impression that your brain is working at some sort of high speed and that you're actually just more cognitively superior to other people. But in reality, you're not really saying much at all. In fact, you're actually saying quite little. Just like Ben Shapiro. He's tiny. Not to size shame anybody. Like that I don't use big words unnecessarily. And it's not because I'm dumb. I know big words, okay? I know big words. I went to school. I went to college. I went to college again. I actually went to graduate school. I graduated from graduate school with straight A's. I had a 4.0 in grad school. So I'm not dumb. I mean, I am dumb, but like not in psychology. Like I have the degree to prove it. But the thing about it is that if you like, the thing that really annoys me in academia is that there are people out there who will just use big words unnecessarily just so that they sound smarter. And it's like, but all you're doing is just gatekeeping your knowledge, and that's actually kind of dumb to me. I feel like true intelligence is the ability to like distill an idea and to make it more widely spread. Also, quick side note, did you know that the Swedish word for speed is fart? Yeah, and the word for end in Swedish is slut. So whenever a movie's over, they call you a whore. Also, kiss means pee, and the word for kiss is puss. Like, these languages just... Could use the word hastighet. We had some fun German words yesterday. We had Zeitgebers, which my captions are just not able to handle. It's trauma dump time. Trauma dump time. Today we're talking about the strained relationship I have with my non-binary sibling. As I mentioned before, my non-binary sibling is the youngest out of all of the siblings I have. They're about 3.5 years older than me. All my other siblings have a 15 to 20 year age gap. So they're the only one who was actually a child at roughly the same time that I was. I was diagnosed with autism shortly before I turned 3. As a result of this, my mom never returned to work after the end of her parental leave, and to this day has still never had a job since then. She wanted to be able to support me full-time at home. Unfortunately, having to care for a special needs child with severe autism around the clock, combined with the fact that the man who was supposed to be an equally supportive parent to both of us as children didn't ever do jack shit, this made it basically inevitable that my non-binary sibling ended up being severely emotionally neglected. I mean, it sounds like there was a lot of trauma growing up in that house. You know, and you saw it, your sibling saw it, your mom saw it, you know, you all lived through that. You all have a lived experience in that. My sibling got into their preteen and teen years, and they started doing things that I never got to do at that same time, or at that same age. Hang out with friends at school, have sleepovers, go to the mall or other outings with family or with friends, etc. Even though I was slightly younger, I still had a strong sense of wanting to do those same things in my own life. Which is natural. That's normal. I desperately wanted to feel a sense of inclusion and belonging in a social circle. Do you feel inclusion and belonging in this social circle? Just a question. Not just for you, but for the group. For everybody. We work really hard to create a place like that, inclusive. When I tried to ask to participate in the activities my sibling was doing with their friends, they always did everything in their power to exclude me. Looking back on it now, this is likely because they felt a lot of resentment towards me for taking away all of the time they could have spent with our mom. Maybe. I would say this could even be explained by something more simply. I remember, I had a sister. Well, I mean, I still have a sister, but I'm 4 years older than she was. So I can speak to this in being the sibling that was a few years older than the younger sibling. You don't want to hang out with them, especially when your friends are around. It's just like kid behavior. You're just like, get him out of here. Get out of my room. What are you doing? Don't touch my stuff. You know, it's like, I don't know if a child has that mental capacity to process this as I'm actually resentful of you for hogging time with my parent. I think it might have just been more of just child dynamics of my younger sibling is annoying, you know? It's just that could also explain it. Because kids feel things very strongly, but they don't really understand why they feel so strongly. So I mean, you could be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying. Well, maybe you do have those feelings, but it's are you gonna be mad at you for it? Do we need to be mad about this at all? We can't change this. We can't change what has been done. Do we want to carry that resentment forever? This constant rejection made me very angry, which back then caused me to act out with volatile behaviors. I would try to enter their bedroom when they had friends over, and when they locked the door in response, I would relentlessly kick and punch the door to the point where I had to be physically restrained and dragged away from the door. I have a few vivid memories of this type of rejection. When I was around 10 or so, I heard that my sibling and their friends were going to catch the bus and go to the mall. I asked if I could go with them, and that led to an argument between my sibling and my mom, because my mom basically had to persuade or even guilt trip them into letting me come to the mall with them. When I was about 12, not long after my first suicide attempt in 2015, I was in my siblings' room with them and one of their friends, and I showed their friend a meme about Clorox bleach-flavored Pop-Tarts. The friend said, "That's not funny," and then my sibling looked at the meme and just literally snapped. They yelled at me saying, "Fuck's sakes. Stop it with the goddamn bleach jokes. They're not funny. Just stop." I responded to this by saying, "I know what suicide is, and that's what you're referring to." To which they said in a very snarky, passive-aggressive voice, "Yeah, I know you do." Even their friend was like, "Come on now, there's no need to be so mean about it." I mean, what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at two children who were living in a house where there was a high level of stress, there was trauma. You know, you had a very emotionally distant and unsupportive father, to put it lightly. So I feel like looking back on these things, you can't really fault each other for acting the way that you did, because you were both dealing with a high degree of stress, and you were both children, and you can't expect children to behave perfectly in such a stressful environment. When I was 14, my sibling had a friend over, and I came across a meme that I thought their friend would enjoy, so I knocked on the door and asked if I could come in to show something to their friend. My sibling said, "Look, I know you're trying to take my friends away from me, but they're my friends and not yours, so it's not happening." Kids can be insecure like that. I became incredibly upset and emotional about this, and I just went back to my room and sobbed into my pillow. My mom heard me crying and came to intervene, asking my siblings and I what had happened. Well, I need to change this music up. Let's try this. You know, like, in looking at it and looking at the situation and, like, what you've told me about before, it's like you were justifiably frustrated. And sometimes when there's multiple children in a household and there's a parent who is neglectful or abusive, the children can't really direct that anger towards the parent because that just makes things worse for them and it makes the parent treat them even worse. But that anger has to go somewhere, and so they either direct it onto themselves or they direct it onto their siblings. Alright, let's pick back up. I became incredibly upset and emotional about this, and I just went back to my room and sobbed into my pillow. My mom heard me crying and came to intervene, asking my sibling and I what had happened. They told my mom. She said she wanted to come in and show my friend something in her phone, but all she was going to do was use that as a way to stay in my bedroom for much longer, so I told her no. My mom sat down and had a serious discussion with my sibling, trying to help them have empathy and compassion for the predicament I was in, by saying things like, she's never been able to make friends of her own, she has always been incredibly lonely and feels so alienated from all of her peers, put yourself in her shoes, do you not have any regard for how painful that must be for her? But my sibling seemed completely emotionless and calloused about it. Well, they were a child, and, like, we don't have the emotional capacity to, like, process all that stuff when we're kids. It's just, like, kids can be fucking mean. Especially teenagers. Like, have you met teenagers suck. Teenagers are so mean. They'll just say some of the most hurtful stuff you've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth. Apparently, they said some other rather cold and heartless things about me during that conversation, but I didn't ever actually find out what was said specifically. And I would just say that it came from a place of anger, it came from a place of frustration, and it also came from a place of emotional immaturity, so I wouldn't hold these things as accurate or true. They did happen, they were said, but I don't think that they were an accurate reflection of who you are as a person. This was just a situation that manifested in a frustrated household with frustrated children. Even as recently as August this year, I was home by myself for a week with no one else but my sibling and their partner in the house. I was having a really bad emotional mental breakdown one day during this time, to the point where I was loudly crying in my room and screaming at the top of my lungs, saying things like, I can't do this, I'm alone, I need help, I need someone, please help me. But they both simply ignored it. I prayed the entire time that maybe one of them would knock on my door or open the door and ask if I was okay, but they never did. I heard them walking up and down the hallway and opening and closing their bedroom door multiple times during this incident, but not once did either of them bother to check in on me. So do you think that they didn't want to, or do you think that they just didn't know how to? Because I feel like that's different. I feel like sometimes we want to respond and we want to be helpful, but we just don't know what to do and we kind of freeze up and we just wait for the situation to pass. I feel like we've all found ourselves in that situation before. With all this being said, my sibling is now almost 25. Our relationship has become somewhat less strained as we've gotten older, but we still aren't any closer to each other than having occasional small talk. We don't ever hang out with each other or anything like that. As far as I can tell, they have pretty much no interest in changing that. I doubt they would be open to the idea of seeing a therapist with me or otherwise making any active efforts to mend or strengthen our relationship, and it honestly makes me very sad. Try anyway, is what I would say. Even if you feel like this person isn't going to respond to it, even if you feel like they aren't going to go for it, try anyway. Because it sounds like you do want to try to build a better relationship with them. You know, they're your sibling that's closest in age to you. You should have a bond. I'm not saying, like, you have to, or that you... I'm just saying, like... It could help both of you heal. Because I feel like you both have healing to do. I think you would agree with that statement. We both got some healing to do. I would also say to just try to focus on the path forward rather than, you know, placing blame or feeling resentment over stuff that happened in the past. Because I'm sure that both of you have acted in ways that you're not particularly proud of. There's things that you wish you would have done differently. But where do you want to go from here? I've met grown adults who wouldn't know how to handle a situation like that. You know, when somebody's frustrated and crying and, you know, feeling like they're at the end of their rope. I've met grown adults who fell silent in those situations. Sometimes we have to tell people what it is that they can do to help us. Because sometimes people, when they want to help us, they approach us with the help that they would want or what they feel like would help them. And that's not because they're not trying to help us or that they don't want to help us, it's just that that's the only way they know how. Is they think, well, what would work for me? Hi, Joshua in chat. I am gay. Hi, gay. I don't entirely blame them for the things they said or did in the past, but it still hurts a lot. Like I said, I feel like the best way forward is to just focus on the here and now and focus on what things could be in this relationship. And this goes especially for like siblings and like family relationships, is that sometimes if you want to like go back and go through like every single point of like contention that you've had in your entire relationship, it's like that's a lot to go through. That's a lot to process. Sometimes we just have to focus on how are things right now and how do we want things to be. Do we want to be more supportive? Do we want to be more engaged? Do we want to be more compassionate? Do we want to be more empathetic? Do we want to not be so resentful? Do we want to not be so angry? Hey, B-Wayne. B-Wayne, we need to figure out what we're watching tomorrow night. We're gonna do a movie night. It's Halloween tomorrow, so I'm gonna stream a movie in the Discord. We do our Thursday night movies, and it falls on Halloween. So I'm gonna stream a movie for the people who will be just chilling at home on Halloween, like me. Like, I got no plans on Thursday. So we need to figure out what to watch. Maybe we'll do a double feature even. We might even do a double feature. I'm not sure. So just think about it. Think about some movies that you'd like to see on Halloween. Can we watch Coraline? I've never seen Coraline. I've seen clips, but I haven't seen the actual movie. Is that a good one for Halloween? I haven't. I wish that thing were better for myself. Too many people in my family have a bone to pick and want me to fail. Well, who cares what they think? If there are people out there who want you to fail, family or not, like, why bother with them? If people aren't looking out for your best interests, cut them loose. And don't get me wrong, it's important to have people to help keep us grounded, that help, you know, tell us like it is, but if they're just outright, like, trying to see us fail and suffer, it's just like, get out of here. Like, what are you doing? I don't want to watch Terrifier. I watched the first one, and I have no interest in watching the other ones. So I'm vetoing Terrifier. We'll have to pick something else. Terrifier 1 was awful. It was awful. I was like, what's all the hype about? Maybe we could do Shaun of the Dead. We have Shaun of the Dead already on Plex, so if we did like that and Coraline, I think that would be a fun double feature. You missed the phone call? Just call him back. Just call him back and say, hey, I just missed your call. Or maybe they'll leave you a message with, then they'll just tell him to call you back. No clowns. Yeah, we don't believe in clowns here. I tried calling back, but it just leads to an automated reception thing. Well, did they leave you a message? Just call the automated thing and then try to get to a person. Just, you know, try to get to an operator and then just give them your name and say, hey, I got a call. I was just returning that call, and then they'll be able to help you. They'll be able to figure that out. You got this. No problem. No problem. Easy peasy. Getting to a receptionist takes like 15 hours. Well, better start soon. I mean, do you have an appointment scheduled? Maybe they were just calling to confirm an appointment or something. That's probably what they were calling for. But if you already have the appointment information... Anyway. I've never really had good self-esteem. Ever since I was a child, I found myself comparing to everyone else. I always feel that I'm at a lower level to the rest of humanity. I'm trying to make it better, but I'm just having difficulty. What do I do? Because I still want to go back to hurting myself for it. Alright. Well, I think that you've recognized, because you've said this yourself, you've recognized that comparing yourself to other people is harmful to you. And I would say that comparing ourselves to others is harmful for all of us. Because it's not really fair, it's not really accurate or helpful. The only person that we should compare ourselves to is ourselves. Because it's your life, you're the one living it, it's your journey, not anyone else's journey. You can't compare yourself to other people. You gotta focus on you. So we're trying to make it better. We're trying to make it better. Let's talk about how we do that. I would say that redirecting your thinking and practicing things such as reframing would be very helpful to you. When you find yourself beating yourself up, catch yourself in the act and redirect yourself. Because we're not in the position where we want to keep putting ourselves down. We realize that this is just harming us, and we're trying to help ourselves rather than harm ourselves. There are also some other helpful techniques, including visualization. There's also the best friend technique, which is helpful. You know, to think about yourself and talk about yourself as if you were talking about your best friend, somebody that you really care about. Because that's what it's all about. We're trying to remind ourselves that, first off, it's okay to care about ourselves. It's okay to want to see ourselves do well. And that's what self-esteem is all about. Wanting what's best for you in your life, regardless of other people and their lives. We can't compare ourselves in that way. So I would say, try to figure out that next step in learning to care for yourself more, because this is what's going to help you to build up that self-esteem. What would it be like? What would it feel like? And what sort of things would you be thinking if you were doing just a little bit better with your self-esteem? Not all the way better, not where you're trying to go, but just that next little step. Just one little notch in that direction. What would it feel like to be that version of you? What is something that they do that you could start doing? Some small little change that takes you in that direction, that next little step. That's what matters most. The next step is always the most important step. So what's one little thing that you could do to start reminding yourself that you do care about yourself and that you do want to see yourself doing well? Mic rate incoming. Places, people. Places, people. Look alive. Places, people. Look alive. Everybody get into position. Get into position. Get into position. You know the drill. Man the battle stations. What's going on? We're preparing to we're preparing to welcome in the big raid. All right. Let's go. We're edging. We're edging right. Who's Mike? You're about to meet him. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me just say, you're looking lovely today, Raiders. You're all looking so good today. You're looking beautiful. Thank you so much for the raid, Mike. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the Brain Domain. Who am I? You know, I find myself pondering this question often. Calm like a Tom with 10 gifted subs? Thank you so much. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Let's fucking go. Did I hit 5K? Ooh, did I? I'm at 49.95. 49.95. Could I get 5 more follows? Oh my god, it's happening. It's happening. We did it! We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Would you like to know more?
Already following you, Sag. Well, keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Calm like a Tom, thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs. Thank you all for these follows. We just blew past 5K. We just blew past 5K, and my brain is melting. Any Oilers? We're also on a hype train. If we got Oilers in attendance, we're on a hype train. Calm like a Tom just got us absolutely juiced. Just gassed us up so much. We just skipped all the way to level 4. Soon, partner 2. We're so close. I'm tired of sitting outside of the partner-only areas when I go to the Twitch convention. I find it insulting and degrading. You have to stay outside, lowly affiliate. It's classist. It's true. It's true. There's a caste system. It's a caste system, and I'm not for it. I'm not about it. Alright, let me give you a rundown what we're doing at the moment. We were taking some questions from our anonymous question box. We're out here helping people. Just out here giving bootleg, unregulated therapeutic advice because that's just how I operate. Just how I operate. I'm a little bit of a renegade. I'm like a mental health vigilante. You can't go with Casey. Shit, that's bad. Twitch needs to partner you now. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't even stand near them and be like, I'm their security. Like, they won't even let me do that. They're just like, no, you can't go in. An anonymous gifter with 5 gifted subs? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Dodged. Ooh, you hate to see it. Ooh, you hate to see it. This is my emotional support boyfriend. Please let him in. Right? I got so close, too. I got so close. I almost snuck in, but they caught me at the last second. We were playing it cool. We had a strategy, but no, they didn't allow it. And I was like, damn it. And then I had to sit outside and listen to a book. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for gifting that sub to Battlebox Champion. I got yelled at by 3 security officers at TwitchCon when I was riding up an escalator near the lounge. Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me. They were like, you can't go up there. I was like, why? You think I'm gonna do something? You think I'm gonna fart? You need to fart down here. You can't fart up there. That's for partners only. Partner farts only. Oh my god, we hit the sub goal and the follower goal. It's a great day. It's a Wednesday. Partners only. It's true. It's true. Oh, by the way, free VO. While we're at it, free VO. VO did nothing wrong. If my VO emotes expire and I'm not able to get renewed, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. If I'm not able to just aggressively shake ass all across Twitch, I'm just gonna fucking scream. I haven't had them in almost a month. I'm hoping that I'm like, when does my sub expire? I'll have to check. Maybe I got lucky and got gifted multiple months. Maybe I'll be able to make it through, but I don't know. I'm just... Like, there was a time on Twitch where you couldn't make butt-shaking emotes, but they made butt-shaking emotes legal, and now it's just so great. Extreme Islamophobia gets you 2 weeks, egg gets you a month. Exactly. That's the way the world works. What's really disturbing about that to me is just the reminder of the fact that, like, on the totem pole of racism, Islamophobia is just like, it's down near the bottom for some reason. It's just like if you're racist towards like different, like, marginalized groups, there's like a different level of reaction to it, but then like people just don't take Islamophobia very seriously. It seems like it's just kind of bothersome to me. But it's like, no, we take anti-Semitism very seriously, except for when it's Palestinians, because Palestinians are Semitic people, and I feel like genociding Palestinians is pretty fucking anti-Semitic to me. Just saying. I'm just putting that out there. I changed up the music today. Do you like this pan flute? Is this working? Is this working for you? Is this giving you your kicks? It's giving spa. Perfect. Love a good spa track. Any gifters, please? We love the Oilers. We love the Oilers. Thank you for all those gifted subs. We got 17 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Oh, I got a hype chest. What is it? Kitty love emote. So cute. Let's get back to business, shall we? Let's get back to business. We're going to take some more questions out of the question box. And we've also got a presentation to go over today. I'll give you a little sneak peek. We're talking about the Mandela effect. I put a presentation together for us, the Mandela effect. No peeking. So that one's going to be fun. So we've got that coming up soon. But first, let's get through some more of these questions. Let's get through some more of these questions real quick. If you're new here, if you're unfamiliar with what we do, I have an anonymous question box. You can find it right over there in that general area. It should be pinned at the top of the chat, but if it's not, you can also type !Q. !Q. Let's get to it. We've got some questions to get through, so let's get to it. My question box has been popping off lately, so I've had to go through questions a little bit quicker than I normally do, but I still feel like we give them a fair rundown. I was forced to move to where I am at with family because my grandmother kicked me out of her house. Remember? I couldn't take my stuff. It was all thrown out, and my parents have decided to give things of my childhood history to my sister without my permission. I'm done with this shit. I hate how I'm not really respected at all. It's just gross. If they wanted, they could have they could have me put out of this house, but no, they keep bashing just so that they can feel good about harming me. Well, sometimes you gotta walk away. Sometimes, you can't let abuse persist. It sucks. It's unfair. Sorry to hear it. Hopefully you have a good relationship with your sister, though. They said they gave that stuff to your sister. Maybe you could get it back from your sister. At least it's not gone forever. You might be able to talk to your sister about it. I don't know what your relationship with her is like, but... How to post question, please. There's a link pinned at the top of the chat, or if you type !Q, there's a little link that'll pop up. Yeah, if your family treats you like a punching bag, leave. Like, don't allow them to perpetuate that type of mistreatment, because it's not going to get better on its own, and they're going to make you feel like the bad guy for wanting to leave. And they're going to blame you for the abuse. That's typically how it goes. They abuse you because you are bad and deserve to be abused. They will make you feel that way, like you are deserving of being mistreated. And then when you try to set up healthy boundaries and you try to distance yourself from it, they make you feel like the bad person for wanting to step away. Like, why are you abandoning your family? Isn't family everything? Family is a feeling. Family is a feeling. So, invest your time and your energy in the people that give you that feeling. And it might not be people you're related to. but you'll know it when you find it. Am I dumb or am I just exhausted? I mean, I'm not going to call you dumb. I'm not going to say you're dumb because you're watching me and that makes you smart, in my opinion. So I think you're a genius. Can I share a video with you? Okay, if you say no. Sometimes people do post little videos, but I'm not at the point in my streaming career where I'm gonna be reacting to like long YouTube videos. It's like if it's a short clip, that's okay. Because I also cross post my streams to YouTube because then YouTube will back up my VODs for me. And so if I watch anything that's gonna get like flagged on YouTube, it's gonna mess up my VOD and then I have to go in there and fix it. It was pretty clockable that Asmund didn't change, but parasocial relationships are a hell of a drug. His apology was that he should have directed his comments to religious extremism and that he was a jerk. The thing about people who are in that condition, and I'm not even going to say that it's just him specifically, because I've seen many people who are in that state, like mentally, you need professional help. Like, at some point you have to put your pride aside and say, I can't do this on my own. Like, when your house is that bad, when you're that depressed, when you're that, like, mentally out of touch, you need help from people who know what they're doing. It's not a fault of yours to ask for help. Asking for help is a strength. It's not a weakness. Like, the state of his house even, like, when your house is that bad and you have, like, rodents and pests, like, you need professional cleaners. Because those bugs and those rats and, like, they'll just keep coming back because they're in the walls. You gotta have people who are trained to go in there and clean them all out. You might even have to, like, rip out sheetrock and stuff. It's no joke. It's serious business. What's the point of having that much money when you can't even do basic cleanliness? It's a pride thing, I think. I think it's an ego thing. Am I dumb or am I just exhausted? I identify as both, actually. So I would say that it might not just be one, it could be both. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't know how to tell my friend that she is emotionally cheating on her partner. She plays video games with a guy she's known for a few years, and I've joined in on their Discord calls, and we have a group chat together, and the stuff they talk about is very weird. They talk about how if they are both single in a few years, they're gonna get married, imagining a life together with cats, and just being very flirty. Oh. Well, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. This is definitely emotional cheating, to say the least. Like, the only thing they're missing is opportunity. And they're just doing this in front of you, like, okay. Alright, okay. At one point, she even said something like, I wish my boyfriend was like you, you're so nice and fun to be with. I told her before that how she is acting is weird as someone who is in a committed relationship, and she said, I'm just being dramatic and reading too much into it. But are you, though? But are you, though? I feel like people will, like, step out of line, and then they'll always fall back on the, oh, you're being too serious. I was just joking. You weren't supposed to take it seriously. I'm like, okay, well then how was I supposed to take it? Like, this is concerning to me. Was I not supposed to take this seriously? So it's your fault? They're putting it on you. They're saying it's your fault. That doesn't sound right. I guess I'm at a loss. I don't know if I'm overreacting or reading too much into it. No, I would say that you aren't. I would say that you are not. She knows she can break up with her boyfriend and get with this person, right? Right? Like, that is an option. Like, that... Like, if you want to be with this person, or you're expressing that you want to be with this person, like... be with that person. Like, I don't know, like you're planning a life together, you're talking, like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like jokes. It doesn't feel like jokes. Maybe comedy is dead. Cricket, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. To Lutz the Duck. Hi everybody, it's Sugar here. Everybody say hi, Sugar. Oh shit, it's me. You're up. You're up. Is this some bizarre loyalty test, checking to see if her friend will snitch to the boyfriend? If it is, that's also concerning. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you do in that situation? Like, Sugar, before we get into yours, I'm just like, what do you do in that situation? Like, do you feel like you intervene? Do you feel like you tell the other person? Do you feel like... I guess that's up to you. Like, whether or not you want to, like, tell the boyfriend about it and be like, you should ask her about this friend of hers. I ended the friendship. Yeah, I mean, being on the receiving end of that type of behavior is normally grounds to walk away from somebody. If they got a third person to the chat rather than having a private call, they're probably not serious. But still, it's like, why joke about it? It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's just stinky to me. Doesn't really pass the sniff test. Seems stinky. Hi everybody, it's Sugar here. Hi Sugar. Everybody say hi Sugar. I'm really struggling with my sister asking me if she can send a B-Day gift and then never doing it. Oh. Oh. I've thought about reaching out and saying if you sent something, I didn't get it, but it feels like a manipulation to get me to talk to her, and when that didn't work, she said, fuck it, I'm not sending anything. It's been really hard on me going into my second year not talking to her when it used to be fairly close. It feels like we have just replaced my... Ooh. Thank you. Nugget delivery. You should be jealous, by the way. What are those? Nuggets. Stay mad, stay hating. Feels like we've just replaced my mother with my brother, and Suga is the bad person all over again. I really want to get to a place where that doesn't bother me, but being treated like this after I was ostracized from my family for my whole adult life and labeled as the bad person who ruins the family, it has really hit me hard that my siblings would also do this to me. Well, I'll give you a rundown. And let me finish the question first. I'm gonna run back the dynamics of narcissistic family abuse. I don't know what my question is. I just don't know what to do with all of these old feelings that are coming up and putting me back where I was 15 years ago and having to choose between taking care of myself and having a family. All right. So here's the thing. Maybe these old feelings are resurfacing because you feel like you are prepared to do something about them. You feel more self-actualized, you feel more aware, you feel more emotionally capable to process these feelings than you did in the past. So maybe that's why they're coming back to the surface, is because you're ready to take another crack at them. This is a common trend that we see in family dynamics where there is narcissistic abuse. Typically, one sibling gets the worst of it, and the other siblings are typically treated well. One child is made to be the scapegoat. Essentially, the family punching bag. They are the ones who are to blame for everything that goes wrong. And you can understand how this would be very degrading to a person, and how just how negatively this would impact your self-image. And this stems from this need to feel like superior to somebody. You need to feel superior to somebody. You need to like put somebody else down so that you feel better about yourself. And so I would just say, you don't have to play that game. You don't have to play that game. I would say to focus on yourself. You deserve that. You deserve that. Focus on yourself. It really sucks that your siblings would perpetuate the behavior that they learned from your parents. It really sucks to see that, but this is something that does happen in these types of situations. These types of narcissistic trends and narcissistic traits tend to rub off. They tend to be perpetuated. And I would just say, focus on your healing. If there is healing down the road for your relationship with your family, do it when you're in a better place. I feel like you're heading in a good direction. I think about just letting them abuse me so I can see my nephews, if I'm being honest. I mean, if you do want to put yourself in that position, then please just recognize that their abuse is not valid. Their criticisms of you aren't valid. They're coming from a place of insecurity and a narcissistic trend. So don't take them seriously. Don't allow them to hurt you. Just recognize that they are wounded people and that they are trying to, cope with their own emotions by being hurtful. Kind of like how therapists have to handle things, because sometimes when you're in, you work in mental health, like people will redirect emotions onto you. Or you'll be on the receiving end of like hurtful, hurtful rhetoric. So I don't know. If you do choose to re-engage, we'll brush up on how you could handle that. I feel like, if that's something you want to do, let me know. I think the problem is that no matter what I do, my brother will find something to take my nephews away if I don't do everything he says to. I mean, like what? Like, what is he asking for you to do? Last time he got mad because I didn't do what he wanted with my money, then let him get mad. Like, you don't have to, match that energy. Like, let him get mad. Let him throw his little temper tantrum. He sounds childish, if I'm being honest. I just wanted to say, I think it was Cricket who shared the story about feeling rejected by her sister. I was listening to the submission, I almost started crying because it reminded me a lot of my own childhood. I want you to know that your pain is valid, you're incredibly talented, and you have your whole life ahead to shape into something amazing. You don't need to hold on to anyone or anything that doesn't align with the life you envision for yourself. Keep building towards the future you want. You're stronger than you might realize. I hope this wasn't out of line for me to say. I just remember how pessimistic I felt about the future when I was in my early 20s, but things do get better. You just have to believe in yourself. You got people rooting for you. You got people rooting for you. Hey, a little while back, I asked how to handle the church we're forced to go to being a right-wing hellhole. Ooh. Not the right-wing hellhole. Today I heard my little brother, 14, repeat something transphobic and it made me die inside. Well, don't forget that teenagers are psychopaths. Teenagers are literally psychotic. Teenagers will say terrible, hurtful, awful things just because it's edgy, just because they're trying to, get a reaction. So I'm just stuck, I guess. Great. I don't think so. I think you're making moves. Why are you outing the past me like this? We've all done it. We've all done it. I was an edgy teenager. Most of you in here were probably edgy teenagers. We've all done it, alright? We've all done stuff we're not proud of. We've all made jokes that were inappropriate. We've all said stupid shit. It's part of growing up. We've all done it. But I feel like 14 is definitely not beyond redemption. I'm like, 14, you're still cooking. Like, you're not even, like, you're still got a lot of growing and a lot of changing to do. So I feel like you're definitely not beyond redemption. Like, think about who you were. Like, okay, this goes for all of my grown-ups. All of my grown-ups in the room. I'm gonna say everybody who's like 30 plus. 30 plus. Maybe 25. 25 and up. Everybody 25 and up, this one's for you. I don't know, I'm grabbing you for this one. I'm like, come here, let me talk to you. Everybody 25 and up, think back to what you were like when you were 14. And think about just how different you are from when you were 14. Like, me, thinking about me at 14, I want to die of cringe. Like, that's what thinking about me at 14 does. Like, people, like, when we're 14, we will say stuff that is just completely unhinged, and it's just because we're repeating what we've heard, or we're thinking that we think that it's funny. We don't really comprehend things properly when we're that age. I don't really remember being 14. Well, some would say that that's a blessing. I feel like I'm too late now to change his mind when he's already been indoctrinated to this degree. Don't give up hope, alright? A lot of people will be able to, like, snap out of this and break free from this type of mental conditioning. So don't give up hope, alright? Don't give up hope. Things could change, but sometimes you just gotta wait. Sometimes you have to wait until they're a little older, a little wiser. Do I just live with this until I'm ready to leave, or do I continue with what you suggested and try to egg on my parents to reconsider this church, or I still feel trapped? I remember what we talked about before. What I talked about was, you talking to your parents about like what you want to see from a church and how you like your church to be more focused on like sense of community and love and your relationship with your creator, and you want it to be more uplifting and less like politically driven, because that's just not fun, that's not enjoyable. So I would just say to continue to do that, just remain consistent, because sometimes when we're trying to change our parents' mind, we have to give them time, because the older you get, the longer it takes for you to change your mind. So just remain consistent in that. Keep delivering the same message. You could even approach it from a perspective of just like the stuff that I'm hearing come out of my brother's mouth. It's just like, it's concerning. Like, I don't like the things that he's, repeating. I don't like the message that he's, getting from going there. Just try to continue to try to sell them on that idea. Because that sucks. That sucks. It's just such a... It's just such a... Like, the word I want to use is like... It's just... That's not what you want from a religious experience. You don't want it to drive you further into fear. You don't want it to feed into division. That's not what you want, and that's not what it should be for. And to use a religious place to do that just feels really gross to me. But no, he's still young. Don't give up on him. He's far from lost. Just be hopeful, Just be hopeful. It's Cricket Bitch, and I must confess that my loneliness is killing me. Do you get the reference? I think so. Would that be Britney Spears? The one and only? But in all seriousness, I'm really emotionally fucked up at the moment. Remember the 32-year-old creepy guy I've talked about quite extensively? Yeah, I fucking miss him a lot. I can't help but feel like I've thrown away 5 years of fun and joyful memories. I know what he did in the past was not right, but I just really want to believe he didn't have ulterior motives the entire time. We shared so much together. We were so close and connected with each other on a whole different level. I just miss him. I want him back, but there's nothing I can do to repair the damage that's been done. Alright, just so you know, what you miss is the connection. The type of connection that it takes time to build. You can find that level of connection again, and it can be with somebody who wasn't, you know, is this that sunken cost fallacy? Kind of. It's like you put time and effort, and it's just like, I want that back. Like, I want there to be a payout. I want it to be worth something. I want it to mean something. That time and energy spent. So a little bit, yeah. But no, it's like, even in the case of like abusive relationships, it's not unusual to like miss that person still after leaving the abusive relationship. That's not unusual for something like that to happen. And it's because when you look back on things, you tend to look back on them more fondly, or you try to just focus on the good things that happened. You miss the person you thought he was, not the person he truly is. Wise words. Wise words. I would just try to say, you know, you can have that level of connection and that type of relationship with somebody who has your best interests in mind. Somebody who isn't, you know, a 32-year-old engaging in inappropriate, sexually driven conversations with a 16-year-old. It's not really somebody you want to be friends with. Like the hardest part is that I'm still terrified of eventually being abandoned by this community, so I just thought that if/when I do get abandoned here, at least I would still have had him to fall back on. You know, and let's work on facing that fear of abandonment as a team. Why does our mind do this positive shift with our memories? That's a good question. And I feel like I'm not really sure why it does that, because the research actually shows that um, we are more impacted by like negative experiences and negative emotions. But we really do have a way of like looking back at things and just focusing on the good times. And I think that that's a good thing. I like that about the human brain. Like, even though it can catch us up in some like precarious situations, I do like it that we are able to look back, even though things have been difficult or tragic for us. We're able to still look back and remember those moments of warmth. I don't know. It's a good question. That has PowerPoint potential with that question. You're right. That has presentation potential. Part of me thinks that the reason why that is because that's the stuff that really matters. You know, the good times, the moments of joy, the love we experienced, the love we felt. I feel like that's what actually means something to us in the long run, rather than the pain. You had a nightmare about getting yeeted from this community in the most brutal way possible. Sounds like a nightmare. Good thing we're awake. I lost my place. I love the presentations. I'm glad you like the presentations. I'm going to finish up with these questions, and then we're going to jump into our presentation today, which is all about the Mandela effect. We're going over the Mandela effect today. I remember showing your accountability presentation to my husband. What did he think about it? I don't think he read it, though. That's too bad. He probably could have learned something. It was a good presentation. I feel like anybody could have learned something from that presentation. That's great, babe. I still just feel like y'all are gonna get to a point where you're like, there's nothing we can do to help you anymore. I have never in my entire history of practicing mental health ever said that to anyone, and I'm not planning on starting. Besides, my whole thing is I'm trying to help you learn how to help yourself better. You know, there's only so much I can do. I like to think that we do a lot of work to help people become better self-healers. Because it really is us who has all of the potential for healing. And it's work that we have to do. And, you know, whether it be therapy or counseling or life coaching or mentoring or whatever it is, they mostly just help to light the way for you, but it's you who has to take the steps. I feel insignificant, unimportant, and lesser than everyone. That sounds difficult. That sounds very defeating. But why would this be true? I'm not trying to say that this is true. In fact, I don't believe this to be true, but I want to explore these thoughts. Like, why are we feeling this way? Because in my experience with dealing with these types of self-defeating beliefs, what I found to be helpful is to put them under more scrutiny rather than just accepting them to be true. So maybe I believe myself to be insignificant, unimportant, or less than other people. Why do I feel that way? And what do I want to do about it? Because change is possible, and healing is possible. So don't give up on that. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. The world's already going to do that for you. The world's already going to beat you up. You don't have to beat yourself up worse. Stretch it? Interesting. Didn't realize I could do that. Why isn't it? There we go. I was like, why isn't this working? Sorry, technical difficulties. Story of how I dumped my now ex. This has all been resolved. I just find it kind of funny now. Well, maybe other people will be able to find insight or inspiration in this, so let's check it out. So I had been with this guy for 2 years and a few months, and I was on the fence about ending things earlier due to other reasons, but this was just the one that said, oh hell no. So he, our friends, and I were all in a group chat together. We were all mutuals, and we were having a good time, up until he responded to a joke one of our friends had made about a post that he sent to the group chat, which had led to him flirting with our friend. This absolute fucking idiot had then took a screenshot of what he said and willingly fucking sent it to me, LMAO. I was iffy about it, but fine until he admitted that it wasn't entirely a joke. Like I said, teenagers are fucking weird, man. They're fucking cuckoo. They're coconuts. They're crazy in the coconut. He's had feelings about our mutuals before, and after talking to some friends, I decided it would be best to dump him. To which he tried to backtrack and say that it was only a joke, to which I responded to him with screenshots of him confirming it wasn't. You had receipts. You had receipts. He kept trying to block me via friends afterwards, saying he'd changed after 3 days. I blocked him until he reached out to me via a video game. I unblocked him to talk to him and had a video saved if he kept trying. I ended up sending him the video that I can send in Discord and blocked him on all platforms. Laughed about it with my friends at D&D afterwards. Lamau. Honestly, this just reminds me of being in relationships as a teenager or like in high school and stuff, and just like completely and utterly unhinged people were at that time. You know what I mean? Just like absolutely wild. Just like feeling so passionate, but then also feeling like such an idiot. And just like saying the stupidest possible thing at the worst possible moment. A few years back, I was the health taker of my mom that had cancer until it was terminal and had a few months. I started taking her opioids to stop feeling the mental pain and became addicted. It's been a few years and I'm still struggling with my mom gone and my addiction. I stopped going out, taking care of myself, eating just candies, not even showering for months sometimes. Stopped talking and seeing my family and friends, no dates or even sex, no desire at all. My doctor consulted me, but just by phone since COVID, and continued to prescribe me the opioid for years now. Some of the most lucrative drug dealers out there have MD after their name. The way that some of these doctors will just throw opioids at people is wild to me. He continued to prescribe me the opioid for years now. At first, he said it's better than me buying on the street, and we can reduce the quantity every few months until it stops. This is... I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I have never heard of anything this ridiculous in my entire life. The doctor took it upon themselves to say, I'll help you with your addiction. It's better than you getting it on the street. And I'll wean you off over the span of a month. Like, what? Like, what? Like, no, you need, like, when you're dealing with an opioid addiction, this is serious business. This isn't, like, doctor over the phone just, like, weaning you off of these medications. Like, this is serious business. But it's been years and the quantities keep increasing. So he didn't even do what he said he was going to do. He actually just kept you hooked for years and actually increased the quantities. Why is this doctor still allowed to be a doctor? This man is a drug dealer. This is what drug dealers do. But I'm sorry, what? I'm like, and what are you being prescribed this medication for? I don't even feel the exciting effects of the pills I take anymore because of the bad effects I feel when I don't take them. Yeah, then that's how it goes. You take them just to feel normal. Here's the thing about opioid medication. If you have an opioid addiction and you take opioids every day, you're basically suppressing your nervous system to such a degree that whenever you stop taking opioids, you are faced with some of the most intense pain that you've ever felt in your entire life. Just throughout your entire body. You feel sick. And it's because your body is so used to not feeling those things that to have them turned back on is agony. This is why opioid detox is something that needs to be medically supervised, because it's actually dangerous for a person to detox off of opioids. It's like every day you take the opioid, you're just adding to the inevitable pain that you will feel whenever you stop taking the opioid. And then whenever you stop taking opioids, all of that pain just, it's like the dam breaks. And you're just overwhelmed with the worst possible feelings you can imagine. It's really messed up what the opioid crisis has done to people. It's so messed up. It's not just physical, but mentally too. I feel responsible for Mom. I say to myself, maybe if I didn't take her pills, she maybe needed to stay alive, or if I called the ambulance earlier, if I didn't No. No, don't beat yourself up for that. Don't beat yourself up for that. She had terminal cancer. Like, she was going to pass. It's like, there really wasn't anything that you could have done. How do you expose bad doctors? Just tell the police? That's a good question. I have no idea. Like, who enforces that even? I can't afford going to a private clinic or paying for a detox center, so I'm struggling alone in bed almost 24 hours a day. I think you realize that this pattern that you're in and this path that you're on isn't going to take you anywhere good, and that you do need help. And there should be options available that don't require you to pay. I'm not sure where you're from or what country you're in, because that might differ depending on what part of the world you live in. But I would say reach out for help. Whatever help is available, reach out for it and find it, because opioid addiction is no joke, and it's not something that you should face alone. Hey, Papa. I know it's not that much, but I need someone to talk to about it. I've done an exam today, and I got a 7. A 7 point something. I don't know what this grading scale is, so I'm assuming that that's not good. I feel really bad about that mark because I studied a lot, like to have a 9 or something, and I'm disappointed with myself, and like really disappointed because my friends didn't study that much and they got a better mark. All right, well, you can't change that grade. You can't change that grade, but going forward, your friends seem to know the material pretty well, so maybe they could help you study. Just try not to be too hard on yourself. Don't beat yourself up. You know, you tried your best. Keep trying. And if your friends seem like they know the material pretty well, talk with them about it. Have them, like, start a study group. Have them help you. The power of friendship triumphs over darkness. I learned that by playing Kingdom Hearts. I feel like such a misfit in this world. I hate being the odd one out. Find your tribe. Find your tribe. Find the people that you vibe with. Find the people that you feel at home with. Find the people that you connect with. They are out there. They are out there. Don't give up. Keep looking for them. They're waiting for you. Also, feel free to say hi in here, too. We've got great people in here. You know, can make friends with us. It's always an option. It's always an option. It's the options on the table. Alright, I'm going to take one more question. And then we're going to dive into the presentation, alright? We're going to talk about the Mandela effect. I'm excited for this one, so I hope you got your thinking caps on. That was my question. And it's probably something that a lot of people relate to. Sometimes in life, when you open your heart to love, but you don't get that love you're looking for, it makes it hard to open up for that love again. But that's an important part of healing, is allowing love in. Because you deserve to be loved. Hi, Josh. I don't know if you remember my question, but I was the questioner that has problems with cocaine. Just here to give a small update. If you don't remember me, I also really struggle with alcohol, and I wanted to say that I haven't had a drink in 4 days. Yay! LOL. Hey, that's a W. Still struggling with drugs and cigarettes, but it's still a start. It's been really fucking hard, and I'm sure stopping coke will be even worse, but I can fucking do it. Hell yeah, you can! Also, here's the thing. When you're working on combating addictive behaviors, it's okay to do one at a time. You know, just going completely cold turkey, like, while a lot of people would be like, okay, quit all of them at the same time because that's what you should do. It's like, that just isn't really realistic. Like, I am a proponent of harm reduction. And I feel like you should make gradual changes and take small steps to keeping yourself safe. And so I think that quitting alcohol is a great start. It'll allow you to approach these other problems with a clearer head. I already cut out a few of the people in my friend group, and I'm happy I'm finally making steps forward before it got worse. Thank you. No, thank you. I would also encourage maybe trying to, and I'm not saying like you need to like go to rehab groups or you need to go to like recovery groups or anything like that, but even just connecting with somebody who has like a sober mindset who can give you like motivation and inspiration and insight and that type of thing, that could be really beneficial. Especially because you feel like you might not be socializing as much because you're having to distance yourself from some of the friends that have been engaged in these really like addictive behaviors. You know what I mean? It's good to have like a mentor or like a sponsor. You know, somebody that can help you stay on that straight and narrow. 4 days is not nothing. It really is an accomplishment. Absolutely. Every day is a win. Yeah, I'll take the next one. You posted a W. We love posting W's. Hey, it's Cricket. I just wanted to say real quick, I damn near relapsed last night by cutting myself again, but my heart brain tattoo is what stopped me. I didn't want to hurt my tattoo because it felt like it would be hurting the people in this community I care about. And the you that is underneath that, and that is also a part of it. Well, that's a W. That's a W. So what did you do instead? When we're breaking free from self-harming behaviors, it's really important to recognize, like, what is it we want to do as an alternative? So was there something else that you did or something else that you were able to do to, like, reorient yourself? But yes, this is a big W. This is a big dub. The power of the brain heart. Whenever I created the brain heart, I didn't recognize its power, but now I'm starting to realize its potential. You watched stream clips and cried for like an hour. I would take that over self-harm 100 times out of 100. Love a good cathartic cry. Alright everybody, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. We're gonna shift gears. Let's go back to the lo-fi. Go back to the lo-fi because now we're going to jump over to our presentation. We've got a fun presentation for you today. Today, we're going to talk about the Mandela effect. Hi, sniff this pit. Do you want a whiff? Or are you talking about your pits? If anybody wants a whiff, I'll post pit. It's going to be a fun presentation. You won't want to miss it, especially if you've never heard of the Mandela effect before. Oh, I'm joking. Jake would be so mad he isn't here. No, whenever I opened up a channel in the Discord for stream topic ideas, and the first thing that Jake posted was you should show your big stinky socks more if you want to retain viewers. And I was like, yep, that's the audience I'm going after. I'm going after the big stinky sock aficionados. I really want to make sure they stick around. Well, did you? No. Not for free. Thank you for reading my post and for response. I did really appreciate the help. You know, we're happy to help. We're happy to help. You know, and sometimes it's just a start. Sometimes it's just a start, you know, even if it's just like, this stream is not a replacement for actual professional help, obviously. But I feel like I do want to just continuously remind people of that. It's like a lot of what we do here is encourage people to connect with help and support in their life, in their circle. You know what I mean? And I feel like we do a lot of good that way. Who is that? That's Breedable Twink for Joshua. That's who that is. He gives some kind of encouragement to ask for IRL without feeling the stigma. And I'm glad that we're able to help with that, because the stigma is really just one of the worst parts about asking for help. But just don't forget that there are people out there who want to help. There are people out there who are eager to offer you help and assistance. You just gotta ask for it. Asking is the hardest part from my experience. This is true. I feel like a lot of people are brought up to feel like, you know, I have to make it on my own. I can't ask for help. If I'm asking for help, that means I'm weak or that I've failed in some way. But it really isn't. Like, asking for help is actually a strength, because none of us can make it on our own. Not me, not you, not anybody. All right, party people. All right, party people. All right. Get it together. All right, get it together. Hold on. Did you ever have to do this in school? Where the teacher would hold up one finger and then everybody else had to hold up one finger? Did anybody else do that? All right, everybody. Let's do. Actually, we're gonna do a poll later. We're gonna do a poll later in the stream or later in the presentation. I've got a poll that we're gonna do partway through, so we'll do that later. But first off, just let me ask you: does anyone not know what the Mandela effect is? Is this new for anybody? Has anybody never heard of this before? I have a feeling like some of us have never heard of this before. I feel like some of us probably have. Some of us are probably a bit more familiar. All right. The Mandela effect. Let's go. So, what is the Mandela effect? Well, it's named after this fella, Nelson Mandela. The Mandela effect. This refers to a phenomenon where a large group of people remember something differently from how it actually occurred. And the reason why it's known as the Mandela effect is because it's named after Nelson Mandela. Many people recall, they have a memory of Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 80s. Although he actually passed away in 2013. So enough people had this false belief that they named this phenomenon after Nelson Mandela. And this effect, the Mandela effect, it highlights how memory can be unreliable, even for groups of people, leading to widely shared but false memories. I'm going to give some more examples of the Mandela effect because this isn't the only one. Let's go into a little more. But first up, before we get into more examples, let's talk about why this happens psychologically. What's going on here? Let's talk about false memories. The thing about memories is that they can be influenced by things such as suggestion, context, imagination, and so we are capable of creating vivid but inaccurate recollections. If you're familiar with eyewitness testimony, and you probably know just how inaccurate eyewitness testimony is. Let's talk about confabulation. Confabulation is a phenomenon where your brain fills in the gaps in your memory, often without realizing that it's doing so. And so what ends up happening is we develop these convincing yet false narratives. Just as a reminder, like, we like to believe that our memory is very accurate. We like to believe that our memories are true and based in reality, but that's not really the case. As it turns out, most of our memory is actually reconstruction rather than recollection. It's our brain creating the idea of the memory rather than like actually pulling the memory back up. You hate me and you hate Casey. Well, try not to leave room for hate in your heart. I'd advise against it. Don't take time out of your day to be a hater. Let's talk about source monitoring errors. This is another phenomenon that can happen. Sometimes we have a difficulty in distinguishing between actual experiences and other sources, such as movies, books, or conversations that we've had, and this can lead to memory distortions. So there's just so many ways that our memories can be altered, our memories can be untrue, they can be vivid, but inaccurate. And I feel like that's a little bit disturbing, isn't it? Wouldn't you agree that that's a little bit disturbing, that our memories can't really be trusted that accurately? How can we be sure that what we remember is really true? That's an unsettling notion, but it is a true one. But I guess what I try to do is I try to find freedom in that. Like, if what I know may not be true, then maybe I'm wrong. And maybe, you know... Let's talk about the role of collective memory. If you're like me, you find it unsettling that our memories are so untrustworthy. But I try to view it more positively. I'm like, well, I can't trust my memories, so maybe I'm wrong about certain things. You know, maybe if I remember something that's embarrassing, or maybe I remember something that's, you know, painful, maybe I'm embellishing it, maybe I'm overhyping it, maybe I'm, you know, so then maybe I can let it go. Maybe I don't need to hold it so closely. Let's talk about collective memory, because when we talk about the Mandela effect, what we're looking at is collective memory. We're talking about multiple people having a similar belief, a similar memory. So there is a social influence on our collective memory. This includes group discussions, media, and culture. This can reinforce shared but incorrect memories. I feel like you get a lot of this in politics. You get a lot of politicians who will just basically gaslight you. and, you know, try to make you forget or try to alter the narrative. Reinforcing shared but incorrect memories. Like, just think about the way that some politicians will be like, remember how things used to be? How things used to be so great? How things were so wonderful? We can make it that way again, but only if you vote for me. When if you really look back and you're like, well, looking back at that time, things were just as bad, if not worse, and we've actually come a long way since then. So maybe that's not accurate, but if you continue to push this narrative that things were better and, you know, we need to go back to that, this can reinforce shared incorrect memories with people. And you see a lot of this in politics. Let's talk about the misinformation effect. Exposure to misleading information after an event can alter memory, creating a revised version that feels just as real as the original memory. So, like, have you ever been through a situation that was terrible for you, but then somebody was like, see, that wasn't so bad? And then you're like, well, maybe it wasn't that bad, but it really was bad. And so you've now revised your own history and you're questioning your own memory. Yeah, you gotta show Casey respect. I wouldn't be streaming if it weren't for her. So you got her to thank for this stream. Also, let's talk about confirmation bias. People are likely to seek out information that confirms their beliefs, and this can therefore go on to reinforce the shared memory within groups. A really easy way to understand this concept is to look at, like, the Make America Great Again movement. I feel like there's a lot of this, like, collective memory at play. Just like, you remember when eggs used to only be $1? You remember when you could go get a gallon of milk and it was only $2? You remember when your electric bill used to only be 75 cents? It's like, okay. Political movements will take advantage of these types of effects for their benefit. And that's one of the things that happens in politics. They will take advantage of the errors in human memory to their benefit. You remember when people were dying of COVID every day by the thousands? Oh, that was a dark time. Let's talk about some famous examples of the Mandela effect. Let's talk about some famous examples. The Berenstain Bears. Was it spelled Berenstain with an A or Berenstain with an E? Chat, I'll put you all into emote only mode if I have to. I'll put you all into emote only mode until you can... I thought it was Berenstain Bears. It was Berenstain Bears. Many people remember the popular children's book series as Berenstain Bears with an E, although it's actually spelled Berenstain with an A. I read Berenstain Bears books as a kid, and this kind of messed me up because I could have sworn that it was spelled Berenstain with an E. And a lot of people share this memory. Luke, I am your father. Except Darth Vader never actually said that. In Star Wars, Darth Vader actually says, "No, I am your father," and yet many recall the line as Luke, I am your father. I thought it was. It's true. Do you remember the Monopoly Man having a monocle? People often remember the Monopoly mascot with a monocle, although he has never had a monocle. How about Pikachu's tail? A lot of people remember Pikachu having a black tip on his tail, but it's not. It's actually fully yellow. So these are a few of the famous examples of the Mandela effect, but the one that really gets me is this one. This is the one I find myself thinking about a lot. The Fruit of the Loom logo. The Fruit of the Loom logo. Which of these two logos would you say is the correct logo? I have a Fruit of the Loom shirt. Let me check. Check it out. See, the reason why this one really messes with my brain, is because I have a vivid memory. I have a vivid memory of asking my mom what that was. And I said, I asked her, is that a loom? This thing here, the cornucopia? I thought that was called a loom because the clothing was called Fruit of the Loom, and I thought that that's what that was called. I was a child. And I asked her, I was like, is a loom? Is that what a loom is? And she said, no, that's a cornucopia. And that's what I remember learning what the word cornucopia was. But maybe I'm making it all up. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm from an alternate reality. I remember learning about a cornucopia from this. Why would we make it up? LOL. That's what I'm saying. I feel like a lot of people learned what a cornucopia was because of this logo. And the logo on the left, that's just what I remember. And then I see the one on the right without a cornucopia, and then they're like, we've never had a cornucopia in our logo. You're crazy. I feel like I'm being gaslit, but maybe I'm from an alternate timeline. Maybe we're actually just from an alternate timeline. Maybe that's a possible explanation. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What's going on here? Why do we all have these collective memories? Maybe there's parallel universes. Some proponents believe that the Mandela effect provides evidence of alternative realities where small details differ. Meme Bag, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the 4 months. It looks better with one anyway. That's what I'm saying. The design of the Fruit of the Loom logo looks better with the cornucopia. There are alternate realities and I'm still depressed. Well, here's the thing. You're actually working your way towards a new reality in which you aren't depressed. But you're getting there. You're getting there. You're shifting. So some people who believe in the Mandela effect, or they believe that the reason why this happens is because we're from alternate realities where small details differ. Can I go to an alternative reality where I have a girlfriend and I'm happy and I'm still who I am? Yes, that is possible, but you have to make several jumps into different realities. First off, you have to shift into a reality where you still like who you are, but you're able to be happier. And then from there, you shift into the reality where you meet your girlfriend. So you're 2 realities over from where you're trying to be. But just keep at it. Don't give up. You'll get there. You're just 2 stops away. It's not that far. You're so close. Quantum mechanics. The multiverse theory in quantum mechanics proposes the existence of multiple realities, potentially leading to crossovers where memories may merge. So which reality are you from? And the reality I came from, the Fruit of the Loom logo had a cornucopia. Berenstein Bears was spelled with an E. Darth Vader said, "Luke, I am your father." I don't know how I got here. I don't know how I ended up in the Trump presidential timeline. The Fruit of the Loom factory in Ireland had the cornucopia on its logo. What about Deja Vu? We're actually going to do a whole okay, sneak peek. Sneak peek. Deja Vu is a presentation topic that we're going to do soon. The theme for the presentations this week is all about perception and reality. And so yesterday we did isolation. Today we're doing the Mandela effect. And then it's either tomorrow or the next day we're going to go over Deja Vu. Didn't you do that already? Yep. Another theory for why this happens is because of information processing errors. Our brains like to simplify and categorize information, which leads to shortcuts that alter how memories are stored and recalled. And so it might be as simple as you're just mixing things up. You might not realize it or might not feel that things are getting mixed up, but it's because of just the way that our brain works. Tends to store nearby information adjacently in your brain, and sometimes there's some crossover. So we're meat PCs, always have been. Love this slide pick, by the way. I use the Bing AI image creator to make psychedelic type images to put in my slideshows. Bing. It's true. The Bing image generator is pretty solid, so that's what I use that one. It reminds me of the type of art that they would have in like a psychology textbook. So, why does this happen? Why do we have these different types of memories? Let's think about it. Let's talk about it. First off, memory is reconstructive. Your memories are not perfect records. Every time you remember something, you are reconstructing that memory. And what ends up happening is this makes it more vulnerable to alterations. It's like you are making a photocopy, and then you make a copy of the copy, and you copy the copy of the copy, and then have you ever seen a document that's been photocopied like 500 times and it's just a blurry, distorted mess? That's how your memory works. When you remember something, you're not actually like pulling that memory out of a vault. That's not how it works. You're actually reconstructing that memory every time you remember it. Yeet the Rich, thank you for the follow. I don't normally call out all the follows, but I saw your username and I was like, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Also, we hit 5K followers today. That's so fucking sick. It feels like that though, like I'm reliving it. Well, that's how it does. It does make it feel like you're reliving it. I mean, just like an eyewitness. Like if you pull up like an eyewitness at a trial and you're gonna say like, what color shirt was the perpetrator wearing? They might say, I think they were wearing a red shirt. And in their mind, they're like, yeah, I remember the guy. He was wearing a red shirt. And he went up to the counter and he said, everybody get down on the ground. And then he started waving a gun around. And then I got down on the ground. And then he left and the police showed up. And that's what I remember. But as it turns out, there's CCTV surveillance footage. And they found out that the guy was actually wearing a green shirt. Your brain will implant details regarding memories. If it doesn't actually have that information, it just makes stuff up and it makes you think that this is what actually happened. That's why eyewitness testimony is so unreliable. Especially in regards to details, like what kind of shirt were they wearing? Were they wearing, like, how tall were they? What did they like stuff like that. Like, that's the kind of stuff where it's just like... So my recommendation is if you're ever in a position where you really need to remember something, like about, let's say you're in a situation where you could potentially be called on as an eyewitness, focus on one detail and just drill that detail in. Like, did they have a tattoo? Like, what shoes were they wearing? Just like start making notes, just like really drill it in. That will help it to be more accurate. I'm positive and a little bit motivated to ask for professional help, so there's that. You want to try something for me? Imagine that you are in the near future and you have already called and talked to somebody about professional help. Like, maybe you're not signed up for anything yet. You've just called and talked to somebody about it. Just like maybe gotten some more details, or you've talked about options or whatever that may be. How would that feel to have had that happen? Visualization as a form of building motivation. My favorite trick. All right, let's talk about emotional influence. Strong memories can reinforce, or strong emotions can reinforce memories, even if those memories are false. And this makes the Mandela effect particularly compelling in collective memory, is because when we both feel like we remember something else, it increases our emotion. Like, I don't know about you, but I look at that Fruit of the Loom logo and it makes me feel something. It makes me feel some type of way. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I feel like I'm being deceived. And so this emotionality is actually reinforcing the memory, even if it's an incorrect memory. The fact that there's emotion tied to it makes it even more compelling. Cultural reinforcement. Pop culture and the internet have amplified the Mandela effect, creating communities around shared false memories, which strengthen them further. For example, there's a whole subreddit about the Mandela effect. It's got 367,000 members. Did you discover a new Mandela effect? Post it here. Let's look at the top. Let's look at the top of this year. Got an actual Mandela effect. What is this? McDonald's spoon? I don't remember the McDonald's spoon. I know for a fact there was a seahorse emoji. Found a Berenstain Bears VHS tape with Berenstein's spelling on it. This is probably just a typo. A lot of people have a memory of Sinbad starring in a movie where he played a genie and the movie was called Shazam. Does anybody else remember the movie Shazam starring Sinbad? Dick Cheney is alive? Anybody else from the alternative reality where Dick Cheney is dead? No, he is alive. So anyway, cultural reinforcement of errors in belief can actually reinforce those beliefs even further. Let's talk about the psychological implications. What does this mean for our ability to trust our memory? Mandela effect challenges our confidence in our memory. It reminds us that even strong memories can be inaccurate. There's something wrong with my... I just got my mouse pad. Hell yeah, B. Wayne. I mailed that shit out. I'm glad you got it. So just think about the implications of this. Even your strong memories may be inaccurate. Initially, this might seem as something as disturbing. This might be bothersome, but in many ways, I find this kind of liberating. You know what I mean? It was like, I'm not beholden to my memories. I don't have to be who I think I am. I can be who I want to be. You know what I mean? Recognizing the Mandela effect encourages us to critically evaluate facts and question assumptions. At this point, I don't trust any of my memories. There's a saying, and I think it was Maya Angelou. People will forget what you said. They will forget what you did, but they will always remember how you made them feel. So in looking back at my memories, I look less at the things that were said or the things that were done, and I look back at my memories of how I felt. I feel like that's a good way to access your memories in the truest form, is to just remember how you were made to feel. Because all of the other details get blurry. They get distorted. But that feeling, that stays the same. This phenomenon also shows us how groups can influence individual memories and shape a reality that isn't fully based on fact. This again just reminds me of things like, you know, MAGA cultists. It was like, they are living in a world that does not exist. They are remembering a reality that does not exist. This is what cult leaders use. We're going to talk about cults. It's planned. It's in one of the upcoming presentations. Not this week, but in an upcoming week. Exciting. I love cults. I love cults too. You know, ever since I was a little boy, I always wanted to start a cult. All right, it's time for a poll. It's time for a poll. Have you ever experienced the Mandela effect? I'll let him get the poll put together. I'm gonna do a quick poll real quick, just a quick one. I just want to see if this is something that you have experienced at some point in your life. Remembering something distinctly and then realizing that your memory was just totally false. And while you do this, I'm gonna go to the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Wow, so it's looking like overwhelmingly yes. And we got that one no. We got that one no. Show yourself. Anytime I talk about my childhood with my boomer parents, they say I'm mistaken. Now, here's the reality of the situation. You're both mistaken. Because memory is just so faulty. What I would focus more on is the feeling that you remember feeling. And so when you talk to your parents about your upbringing, don't tell them about the specifics. Like, I remember you said this to me. I remember you did this to me. I remember being made to feel like this. I remember being made to feel helpless, scared, alone, frightened, disconnected, whatever it was. You know what I mean? Because they're probably going to deny, and they're going to try to invalidate your memories. My Mandela effect is when I agree with a large group of people saying that they enjoy playing League. It's true. It's true. If your friends are playing too much League of Legends, check in on them. If your friends are playing too much League of Legends, check in on them. Do the right thing. If your friend is grinding ranked solo queue, they're in a bad place. I I feel like I've never experienced the Mandela effect and I'm missing out. Even in all those examples we gave, nothing popped up, nothing came to mind. Interesting. Maybe you're from this reality. Maybe you're from this reality. You're not from an alternate reality, like all of us are. This is your reality. We're in X_X Ashley's reality, actually. This is your home reality. We're all just visitors here. It's interesting how it's usually tied to brand names or merchandise, etc. Yeah, it kind of ties into like human brain pattern recognition. Like we have a really good capacity to like remember logos and icons, and that's why they're so prevalent in like advertising and marketing and, you know, sports teams and, you know, like popular media and stuff. This makes me want to play Lethal Company. This makes me want to go play Lethal Company. We should play that. You want to? You want to? We should play it in the Discord sometime. If you want to play some Lethal Company. I love it. So excited for the new Dragon Age game. I heard it's pretty good. So yeah, a lot of us have experienced the Mandela effect. Just a distinct memory that we then found out was false. Some of those mods are crazy. I uninstalled the mod thing for Lethal Company because it's like a rootkit and it will like, it can mess up your computer. And so I uninstalled it. I really wish that they had mod support through the Steam Workshop. That would be so sick. Does eye cream work well to hydrate lips? I don't know, because I think it might be a different type of moisturizer that you're looking for. A mod that is a rootkit is wild. Yeah, the Thunderstore. The Thunderstore's a rootkit. Which means that, like, if you download, like, a nefarious mod, you download the wrong mod, it's like they could have direct control over your entire PC. They could get into your entire registry. It's just like giving a backdoor away to, like, your most vulnerable parts of your PC. Right? It's kind of terrifying. So I've just been playing it vanilla. I've been playing vanilla Lethal Company. That's wild. I've been looking into that. Oh yeah, it's because of Overwolf. It requires Overwolf, and Overwolf is rootkit. Also, it can tank your GPU, and it's like, are they mining crypto on my PC? All right. In conclusion, your memory is malleable. Our memories aren't static, and they can be altered by things such as suggestion, group influence, and even our own brains. And this can be scary. This can be frightening, disturbing. The idea that our memories cannot be completely trusted, because there's part of us that feels like they should be trusted. But the fact of the matter is that memory is primarily reconstruction, rather than recollection. The Mandela effect is very common. It's a phenomenon that occurs across cultures and age groups, showing the universal nature of memory errors. Also, the Mandela effect underscores the importance of questioning memory and understanding the ways our brains can mislead us. The Mandela effect is a reminder that reality as we experience it is constructed in our minds, and that our memories may not always align with the truth. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Please clap. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're all too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed this presentation. I tried to do a fun one today. I don't know, like, hopefully it was fun. Hopefully it wasn't, like, downright terrifying. But I find it to be really interesting, because I think it's really interesting to think about the nature of memory and how it cannot be trusted. And this might be disturbing to think about, like, my memories might not be accurate. But just try to think about how this could actually work to your advantage. Like, maybe the memories I have that are embarrassing or something I regret, something I have, guilt or shame over, like, maybe I'm embellishing that. Like, maybe I'm building that up in my mind. That thing that I did that I felt was so terrible that I just can't forgive myself for. Like, maybe I'm embellishing it. Maybe I'm actually feeding into it. Thank you. What's the duck again? I'm going to be 4 years clean of self-harm in April. I think Lutz went and took a nap, but that's a W. That's a W. fed all the animals. Don't let them fool you. Alright, I won't. I know how they like to play tricks. I know they like to play tricks, and they like to act like they haven't been fed, and they like to pretend that they're hungry. That's the thing. They got it to work like one time. They got it to work, and now they try it every time. They'll go bother one of us for food, and then they'll go bother the other one for food. They got away with it once, and now they try it every time. Who can blame them? I know, right? They're crafty little fellas. I write it down so I don't forget I fed mine. That's a good way to do it. You know, you make a little chart. Make a little... something you stick on your fridge. Is it true that people in your chat will talk in graphic detail about what they wish they could do to me? Yes. Yes. All too true. They get wild with it too. I still don't believe it. I call BS. You literally have so many people in here with first-hand experience, including me, who's experienced it firsthand, and you're gonna say that you don't believe me? Like I'm just lying? So you think I'm a liar? Okay, I see how it is. So you think I'm a liar? All right, fine. No, people used to bombard the question box with that stuff, and that's why I had to start screening the question box ahead of time, is because people just used to fill it with inappropriate sexual things directed towards me. This is real. This has happened. I just don't think what you're talking about is as bad as what I do. I think you're being way too hard on yourself, and you can chill. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Just breathe, all right? You're stoking your own fire at this point. You're getting yourself riled up. It's okay to chill. I thought of a Mandela effect. My sis and I swear our mom called us stinker pots growing up, and my mom was like, stinker pot? What the fuck? I never said that. Oh. You and your sister both remember it, but your mom doesn't remember it? It's a good example of how this happens in our personal lives as well. It's not just something that happens like socially between a bunch of people, like remembering a false memory about Nelson Mandela or the Berenstain Bears or whatever it might be. This can also happen in our personal lives with things that were said to us or things that, you know, we were told. Here's the thing, if you feel bad about making unwarranted sexual advances, just don't. Just don't hit submit, don't hit enter. Type it if you must, but then delete it. Like, you don't have to send it. You don't have to share every single one of your intrusive thoughts. No one is expecting that of you. No one's demanding you share every single one of your intrusive thoughts. I can't help myself? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Just don't hit enter. I'm always compelled to share, and we're working on breaking that habit, and I think that's a good habit to work on breaking, wouldn't you agree? Have you ever considered oversharing to be a different form of self-harm? Have you ever considered it from that perspective? You've done it. We've all done it. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story about an autistic client that I worked with. I worked with an autistic client, and one of the things that they would do is they had this certain need to feel accepted and understood. And part of what would go into that is they would share these very explicit details about their sexual fantasies and all of these different things that they're into. And it's because they needed to be accepted so badly, and that they had such a hard time recognizing acceptance that they had to share the most explicit details about their inner imaginations in order to be accepted at all. It's like, if you don't accept every single one of my vulgar, intrusive thoughts, you don't accept me completely. And I would explain to them, I'm just like, you don't have to share all of these things. You know, there are certain things that you can keep in here. That's okay. You don't have to share every thought you have. We accept you as you are. You don't have to over-explain yourself. We're trying to work away from this all or nothing thinking. Exactly. Well said. It's this all or nothing thinking. If they don't accept me for every single dark thought I have, then they don't accept me. I don't think you are your thoughts. I think you are you. And a thought is just something that happens inside your brain. What if I feel compelled to share literally everything because I feel like I need to be constantly sharing in order to be the center of attention? How does attention make you feel? And why do you feel like you need it? If I had to take a wild guess, I would say that's probably because there was a time in your life where you needed attention and you weren't getting it, and it left you hungry for it. This community isn't centered around any one person. This is a collective thing. This is a group effort. Chat, we're going emote only for a moment because we need to cleanse these vibes. We need to recenter ourselves. We've lost the narrative. One of the things that I will do therapeutically is if you have a crippling need for attention, I will strategically ignore you so that you can learn how to better handle not being the center of attention. Not because I want to ignore you or I don't want to pay attention to you, it's just because I don't want to enable that behavior. I also love the dancing baby emote. It's one of my favorites. It's so good. We're vibing, alright? We're vibing. Get those vibes up. Well, let's find a... Here we go. Watch this one. You ready? Waiting for the drop. I'm waiting for the drop. Where's it at? I feel better. You feel better? I just realized that I could do that. The whole color changing thing. Did you that was pretty cool, right? I just realized that I could do that. You missed it. I'll show you. I just realized that I could do this. I just learned that I could do this. I'm not splitting anymore now. I just want to die. Well, too bad. You gotta live. We don't want you to die. We want you to live. So do live. So migraine inducing. Thank you. How about this? What if we got real trippy? Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to remember that trick for the future. Is this how LSD feels like? You know, there's actually a great video. There's actually a great video that shows what that's like. I'm gonna post it in the... find it. It's kind of like this. Wouldn't strategically ignoring someone who is attention starved just lead to more starvation and make everything worse? No, it would actually set realistic expectations for what the real world is like, because not everyone can give you attention all of the time. That's an unrealistic request. Also, I feel like by enabling your attention-seeking behaviors, I'm actually making the problem worse, because then you will just continue to engage in more and more attention-seeking behaviors in order to get that behavior, that attention that you're seeking. So that's why I do what I do. I've been in the game a long time. How exactly does one work on it? Just breathe. Just self-soothe. Calm yourself down when you're feeling agitated. Positive self-talk. Use those coping skills. Well, make positive social connections. Find friends and trusted people you can talk to. This one's pretty accurate. Basically, be dependent on myself and never lean on anyone else, never get any attention from anyone. I would say that that's black and white thinking. I would say that you are making overgeneralizations. It's important to know how to self-soothe. It's also important to know who you can turn to in moments when you feel overwhelmed. It's about balance. We don't need to think in extremes. So I would strategically ignore you. What does that mean? I'll give you an example from when I've had to do that in real life in my job. When I did group therapy, occasionally there were people who would want to make things all about them. They would want to do a majority of the talking. They would want to talk over other people. They would try to make the group therapy session about them. And what I would have to do is, if they wanted to talk or if they raised their hand, I would call on someone else. I would talk to someone else. I would make them sit there and listen. Because that's a realistic expectation. That's how the world works. And it's not me trying to be mean, it's me just trying to have a realistic, healthy boundary and to model healthy socialization. Xtaru, thank you for the 2 years. 2 years already? You've unlocked a new brain. Would you eventually still let that person say what they wanted to say? Of course. Of course. Like, I'm not trying to do anything mean. I'm just trying to have, a fair setting for everyone to say what they want to say without it leaning too much in the direction of one person. Would you say that that's fair? But is that reasonable? I'm trying to be fair and reasonable. Like, I can't read every single chat message, for example. Oh my god, Vixtaru, new brain unlocked. New brain unlocked. Logically, it is fair in my BPD and OBD brain. It's not fair at all. Well, the good thing about brains, and this is every brain is malleable. Every brain can change. And that's what we're working on doing, right? We're trying to change your outdated ways of thinking and find new, healthier ways to think. As someone who struggles with alcohol abuse syndrome, I always like to hear advice about different coping mechanisms/treatments that you have personally seen help. I have a psych/therapist, but I'm always open to new strategies. Currently on disulfiram and sober, but I have been on a relapse cycle for the last year or so. Thanks for everything you do. Happy to help. Let's talk about it. One thing that I learned recently that I found was really interesting was about competitive chili eaters. Now, these are people who will eat very, very, very spicy peppers in like a contest. They'll go and they'll have to eat a whole bunch of these like ridiculously hot peppers. And a lot of the people there used hot peppers as a way to find a new sense of community and to break free from addictive habits. A lot of these people were in recovery. A lot of these people struggled with alcohol abuse or drug abuse. And I thought that was really interesting. They found that new high through spice. Because it kind of does give you like that endorphin rush. It does kind of give you that. If you've ever eaten something really spicy, you know what I'm talking about, where it kind of makes you feel like a little high, a little loopy. And so a lot of people who had, you know, and there's an episode, it was on some Netflix series where they talk about different, like, let me try to find it. Yeah, it was on a show called We Are the Champions on Netflix. And it has a bunch of like just interesting, unique, out there kind of like contests. And it was one of those episodes. It was the Hot Chili Eaters. But anyway, this is a really interesting series. It's just a bunch of like there's cheese rolling, chili eating, fancy hairstyling, yo-yos, dog dancing, frog jumping. And so what I'm getting at isn't that you need to go eat hot chilies. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is you gotta find something else that can give you that feeling that you're looking for. Because our brains are basically wired for addiction. They're gonna get addicted to something. So try to make it something that's beneficial to you. Try to make it something that's helpful to you. You can get addicted to a positive habit just like you can get addicted to a negative habit. Whether it be exercise or working out or doing yoga, meditation, you know, going on walks, doing community service, volunteering. There are different ways that you can feel that feeling of satisfaction that you're looking for. Because like NA, AA, they help. Don't get me wrong, they are helpful. I've known a lot of people who have found a lot of support and a lot of success in those things, but they're not for everybody. And so what I would say is find positive. Okay, how about let's look at it this way. Let's talk about let me see if I can find this. Back when I was a substance abuse counselor, I had documentation that was it was basically all of the different factors that you want to see that give a person the highest chance of success in recovery. And I'm trying to see if I can find it, but if not, I'll just go off the top of my head. Basically, whenever I was a substance abuse counselor, we operated under an evidence-based model, which means that it collected a bunch of data from all over the country, and it took like information from everybody who was in these different substance abuse treatment programs, and it said, you know, what are the factors that this person has in their life, and which factors contribute to a successful recovery, which factors harm recovery, and generally speaking, I don't know if I remember all of them, but I'm going to try to name all the ones I do remember. Having a strong support network is one of the biggest factors. Whether this be family or friends, you want people there to be involved and who want to see you succeed. That is a huge factor in whether or not you will be successful in recovery. Engaging in regular physical exercise is also an important factor. We encourage people all the time to, spend more time engaging in regular physical exercise. Not just for addiction, but also for mental health as well. It's good for you to be active. Getting into some form of treatment, whether it be individual therapy, group therapy, a support group, just something that can help you to feel not alone in the struggle is also a big factor. Okay, here we go. Let's run through this real quick. Let's run through these. These are the fundamental factors of success in addiction recovery. First up, readiness to change. If you aren't ready to change, change is impossible. No matter how bad things have gotten, no matter how much other people want you to change, if you're not ready, it's not happening. So being ready to change is a really important part of recovery. I would say it's an essential part of recovery. Second, belief in your ability to overcome challenges. This would be self-efficacy, your belief in your ability to do the thing. You have to have the conviction that you can do it. You can make it happen. Everyday clean is an occasion to feel a little bit stronger, a little bit more capable. The beautiful thing about self-efficacy is that it builds on itself. The more positive changes you create, the more capable you feel, and the more capable you feel, the more energy you have to keep the positive changes going. Maintenance of psychological and emotional wellness. You want to address the underlying causes that contributed to your addiction. This could be anxiety, this could be depression, this could be isolation. This might be a way that you're self-medicating. And so you want to take a look at what is underlying the addiction. Because a lot of people will turn to addiction as a way of self-medicating an untreated mental health issue, whether it be anxiety, depression, or something else. They self-medicate by, smoking, drinking, doing other drugs. And if you fix the addiction aspect of it, you're not curing the mental health aspect of it, and you have to address both of them if you want to be successful. having good support is essential. Having good support increases your likelihood of being successful in recovery by a large factor. You want to be surrounded by people who understand you, who know what you're going through, are willing to stay beside you and keep cheering you on and keeping you focused when the going gets tough. It's important to have structure, a good routine. This is why a structured environment and routines are a cornerstone of many successful recovery programs. It can take a while to build a healthy routine, which is why I would recommend just adding things gradually into your routine rather than changing your entire routine. You know, building it up, adding new habits, adding healthy new skills, just one thing at a time until next thing you know, you've got an entirely new routine. Productivity. You gotta stay busy. Idle hands are the devil's playthings, as they say. You want to make sure that you don't relapse just out of sheer boredom, because that does happen. You know, you find yourself with too much free time, nothing to do. You might be like, well, I might as well go get a drink. I might as well light up. Got nothing better to do. Got free time. So staying busy, staying productive, whether it be at work, at a hobby, exercising, you know, playing sports, going to meetings, volunteering, spending time with friends. Staying busy is really important. The holidays are so difficult. Oh yeah, holidays are by far one of the worst times for a person in recovery. Because not only is there this, like, celebration aspect of it, there's also sometimes a lot of, like, sadness that's tied into the holiday. And so it's like, it's a big event. It's a big event for recovery. Election day is going to be more difficult for me than the holidays. Yeah, it's gonna be a stressful one, and it's just a few days away. You are not alone, and yes, you can do this. This was the bit of that article that got clipped out whenever I switched my screen back, and I kind of find it fitting. This is for all of you. This is for everybody here. You're not alone, and yes, you can do this. How we doing, gamers? We hanging in there? I've been trying to draft a semi-long submission, but I'm getting caught up in the feelings. If you do end up submitting it, I will probably get to it tomorrow, because I think I'm pooped. I think I'm all mental healthed out for the day. I want to go outside. I want to go spend time with my animals. I want to go oh, wait, no. Casey's making dinner today. Casey's making dinner today, so I'm off the hook. I don't know. Oh, wait, no. It's not Casey. Kathy's cooking tonight. Kathy's cooking tonight. What's on the menu? Zip burgers. I might have something interesting to submit tomorrow. I look forward to it. Also, if you wanted to share that document, you could post it in the Discord if you want to. But if you do, please remove any, like, identifying information, obviously. Like, you don't want to dox yourself, just protect yourself. Like, if you do want to share any of that, just do it safe. A zip burger is like it's like a loose meat. It's like it's like a sloppy Joe except cheesy instead of sloppy. Like a loose meat burger. There's a place in town, it's not that far, called Mugs Up that makes burgers like this. Also, their prices haven't changed in like 10 years, and I don't know how they managed it. I don't know how they kept the prices the same. But they did it somehow. Anyway, I hope you liked the presentation today. Hope you enjoyed the presentation today. Y'all have a great night. An $8 pizza near me. Love that. Hold on, this made me look at Swedish pizzas. This made me look at Swedish pizzas. And are you really putting bananas on pizza? Banana, chicken, and curry. I could go for a chicken and curry pizza. That sounds really good, but what's banana doing in there? You know what? I would try it, though. I'm being honest. I would try it. I would try pretty much any food. I would try pretty much any food. I'm not very big on, like, offal, though. I don't care for, like, organ meats. I think they're kind of gross. But anything else, I'll try. I'm just like, don't make me eat hearts. Don't make me eat brains. Don't make me eat intestines. I don't want to eat any of that. Tiki masala pizza? That sounds so good. I mean, and it thematically works. You could just basically make like a giant non-pizza crust. There's a place in Berkeley that's all Indian food but on pizza. Nice. Nice. We love a crossover. One of the things that interests me in the culinary world is that pizza exists all over the place, and then just the way that different countries will like make pizza in very unique ways. I'd eat it though. I'd eat it, sure. Tandoori chicken pizza. This isn't weird. That actually sounds delicious. Shawarma pizza. That also sounds delicious. A full English breakfast pizza. Sounds like a bit much. Why don't they have pictures? Why are there no pictures? This article sucks. Where, like, hello? Wait, hold on. Is Smokeahannes still here? Smokeahannes, are you still here? I need a German. I need a German person. I have a question. It's very important. Canned tuna pizza? You know, I actually like canned tuna, so this doesn't sound that bad. I do like canned tuna. I'm not anti-canned tuna, don't get me wrong. Why don't they have pictures, though? I want to see pictures. World's craziest pizzas. Tequila lobster pizza. Pizza box made of pizza. This isn't what I'm looking for. Swedish banana pizza. Banana curry pizza, a Swedish delight. You know, I'd try it. I'd eat it. I'd eat it. Kangaroo pizza? Cicada pizza. Alright, Americans, we have no room to talk. We put bugs on pizza. That's terrible. Crocodile pizza? Haggis? Alright, haggis, I don't think I would ever eat haggis. Haggis is one of those foods I'm just like, nah. Nah. Reindeer pizza? Green pea pizza? Makba pizza? I have to ask Sasha about this. I have a Russian friend, his name's Sasha. I'm gonna ask him about this pizza. Cold pizza topped with mixed seafood like sardines, tuna, and salmon. Is he not in chat? No, he's probably asleep. He's probably asleep. It's like middle of the night where he's at. Durian pizza? Wow, poutine pizza? Okay. Scorpions? Sauerkraut? We'll be putting anything on a pizza, won't we? That's the thing about pizza, is if you can put it on a pizza, there's somebody probably out there who has put it on a pizza. Pizza really is the global unifier, isn't it? It's something that brings us all together. I need to ask Sasha about this cold Russian pizza, though, because that just sounds disturbing to me. Alrighty, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. And we'll see you next time. Alright, everybody. Stay safe out there. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Be safe, be kind, be you. This is true. Also, love is real. Later, gamers. We broke 5K subscribers! Let's go! W. Be kind to yourself. That's always, yep. That's the homework. Be kind to yourself. I might give you extra homework, though, on occasion. Did I say subscribers? I meant followers. We broke 5K followers. Sick. But we also hit our sub goal, so we had 2 massive W's today. 2 big dubs. Tomorrow's Halloween. Ooh, Halloween. What are we gonna do? It's Halloween tomorrow. We'll have to find something to wear.